All right. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to a regular meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. We'll start out with our closed session. And are there any additions to the agenda?
There are no additions.
Very good. Thank you. And Council, will you read into the record our closed session items?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the board. There are several closed session items on your agenda today. The first is conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6. Your agency designated representatives are Roman Noriega, Joel Boguet, and Susan Carter. The employer organization are all units, including unrepresented employees, all classifications, excluding elected officials. There are 4 cases under anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9, significant exposure under paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of that Government Code section. There's one decision whether to initiate litigation under Government Code section 5456.9, subdivision D, paragraph 4. That's one case. There are several existing litigation matters under 54956.9, subsection D1. The names of those cases are Cornell Jackson versus Jason Quick. That's a U.S. District Court, Eastern District, California case, 119 CV 0159 JLT EPG. The next is Valley Groundwater Coalition versus County of Madera. That's the Madera County Superior Court case 087677. Madera Irrigation District and Madera Irrigation District Groundwater Sustainability Agency versus the County of Madera GSA and the Board of Supervisors, MCV 086277. The next case is Madera Irrigation District versus the County of Madera. That's a Madera County Superior Court case, MCV 087598. The last case on your agenda as existing litigation is Elizabeth Cardoza and other plaintiffs listed on the agenda versus the County of Madera Sustainability Agency, MCV 086218. And the last item is under Government Code 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, and the title of the position is County Administrative Officer. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any comments from my colleagues? Are there any comments from the public? Seeing and hearing none, we will go into closed session. To our regular meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, February 6th, 2024. We have just returned from closed session. Council, are there any items to report out of closed session?
Chair, there are no reportable actions from your closed session. However, there are additional items for you to discuss when you break for a second closed session. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We'll start the meeting off by opening and closing the meeting in memory of friends, etc., family. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like
Supervisor.
to recognize this morning the passing of a person who led this community for many, many years spiritually, in other ways. Randy Brannon, former pastor of the Grace Community Church in Madera. He was responsible for uniting the ministerial association, touched many, many lives, including mine, lives of my children. He was the officiant at the marriages of all my children. So spent many time on the sideline with him at football games with my sons and valley championships and state championships and everything else. So it was just a wonderful time spent together. And I had the privilege of visiting with him a few days before he passed, and we laughed, we cried, and until I see him again, I hope he is enjoying his rest.
Now, Randy was very quiet on the sidelines, right? Watching football games.
No,
He was
he was very vocal.
very passionate.
He was. Passion was his mantra.
Yes. Very good. Thank you for that. Any other recognitions, memorials? Thank you. Let's move on to public comment, and I'll read the definition. The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record. With that, is there anybody who would like to make a public comment?
My name is Mark Reed, a resident of Madera County. I'm a member of the Citizen Steering Committee for the 2024 version of Measure T renewal. I want to point out that the committee has been prohibited from addressing the structure of the Transportation Commission and the Transportation Authority. I'm here to ask to change the structure of those two boards. You alone have the authority to do so, and with only a stroke of the pen. The claim is that the structure is governed by state codes. That is only partly correct. In an intricate trail through various state codes, we end up with the makeup being subject only to Government Code Section 29535 of the California Government Code. That code states that only supervisors may appoint 3 people to the board members, to the authority and the commission. Notice there is no requirement about who may be board members. Nothing restricts board members to the supervisors, and noting that prohibits ordinary citizens being on the boards. However, by choice of those supervisors, they went beyond Section 29535 and passed a resolution 72331 restricting board members to supervisors only. In 2006, with the advent of the current Transportation Authority, the board then opted to name the Transportation Commission as a Transportation Authority Board. That means 3 of you supervisors who construct the majority of this board sit on both boards of the commissions and the authority. Whether intentional or not, that almost certainly affords the county supervisors who sit on those boards domination and clearly precludes citizens' input, a problem pointed out by the grand jury a handful of years ago and a sentiment that has been repeated since then. We ask you to restructure the transportation boards to include citizens in equal number to elected officials as counterparts to both of the commission and the board. All that requires is a new resolution by this board to provide for qualified citizens to be members of those two boards. Although there are 22 other counties without a measure similar to Measure T, we believe we need Measure T in the county of Madera, and we will support Measure T. However, first, many important changes are needed to create a good product for the ballot. That core change being the structure. It doesn't seem feasible to accomplish those multiple changes in time to include on the ballot for November 2024, given that your decisions need to be made very, very soon. Again, we ask you to please change the structure of the transportation boards to include citizens' input and citizens' participation by citizen involvement. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to pause public comment and go back to item number 3. Supervisor Rogers' memorial for Randy Brannon was almost a invocation. So we missed that. So I'm going to ask, have everybody stand and ask Pastor John Purcell from Believers Church to deliver the invocation. And Krista, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Rogers, for mentioning Randy this morning. He and I both came to Madera to pastor within about 6 months of each other in 1983. He's been a longtime friend of mine. I'm going to miss him greatly. Thank you for mentioning him. Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with honor and praise for you. We know that you've given us the blessing of being able to govern the affairs on earth. As your word says, the heavens belong to the Lord, but you've given the earth to the children of men. So we pray for everyone that will be involved in this meeting, all those that are in the positions of authority of decision-making. We ask for your wisdom. We ask for your understanding. And we ask, Father, that you help us to make only decisions that are going to completely bless Madera and take it down the pathway that you have for it. We honor you. We honor those that are here today, and may everything done in the spirit of love be done in the spirit of love and in honor for each other. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let us resume public comment. Did your little friend sign into the podium?
I'll print.
Sorry, guys. I have some pictures up. They're going to show up here for you guys. In the meantime, Chairman, members of the board, Amy Toller with Animal Services. I'm here to talk to you about something really exciting, a sporting event that's happening this Sunday at 11. I'm not talking about the Super Bowl. Talk about something more exciting, the Puppy Bowl. Okay. So every year, well, I shouldn't say every year, for the last 20 years, there has been the Puppy Bowl. So for 20 seasons, we've had the Puppy Bowl. The Puppy Bowl is something that's done nationwide, and it's to raise awareness for animal adoptions. This year is exciting for us because we have 2 competitors that have been called up to the pros to compete in the Puppy Bowl this year. Not this one. This one's a bit Corsic. But Frankie and Niner, you see up there, were owner relinquished back in June to our animal shelter here and rescued by the Humane Society of Silicon Valley, where they've been called up to play in the Puppy Bowl. This is super exciting because it's a nationwide competition. They chose 131 dogs or puppies from shelters and rescue groups, and 73 will be competing from rescues and shelters nationwide. So Madera County has two puppies, Niner and Frankie. Like I said, was relinquished to our shelter in June. They went directly into foster care where they were cared for until they were old enough to be rescued. They were a group of 4 puppies where 2 were adopted immediately, and these 2 will be competing. They're going to be on the red team, which is the rough team, competing against Fluff. They have quite a competition ahead of them, being that the Fluff team has won 2 years in a row. But with the Puppy Bowl, all competitors are winners because it's 100% guarantee adoptions for all the puppies competing. So we are super excited about them competing, and they are available for adoption. And if you can't win a puppy off the Puppy Bowl, Madera County has plenty of winners at their shelter, including car sick Hermes here, who is available for adoption along with his siblings. So please contact the Madera County Animal Shelter if you're looking for your next Puppy Bowl winner. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
He was looking at you like, mama.
Very sick.
I'm Dan Metz from Madera County. I'm an alternate to Mark Reed on the steering committee. It's quite interesting that the steering committee, the alternates are not permitted to participate in any of the steering committee meetings, even as a silent observer. I'm a little like the preacher who got up on Sunday morning and said, I have so much to talk about, I don't know where to begin. Young kid on the front row says, start near the end. So I'm going to cut to the chase. I too ask that you reconstitute the boards for both the Transportation Commission and the authority to include 6 citizens. The structure is the heart of the problem with both the current and future versions of Measure T. We have commented in the past about the inadequacy of citizen input and continue to do so. Those boards must be opened up to citizens. The representation on those 2 boards is identical, the same 6 people on the commission, the authority, and the policy advisory committee. I don't know if you've noticed that the representation is severely unbalanced. All 6 of those people represent the area west of a boundary, which is roughly Highway 99. A little bit of Chowchilla and a little bit of Madera are east of that boundary. And 6 west of that boundary and no one east of that boundary. Further, 4 of those people represent only Madera City plus a little bit of the surrounding area. That results in roughly 200 miles of road, city and county roads covered by those 4 people. 2 of those 4 people are county supervisors, and they cover a mere 25 miles of the roads. Further, in sharp contrast, in all of eastern Madera County, east of that boundary, represents 1,200 miles. So we have no representation for 1,200 miles and 4 for 200 miles. That seems a little strange, and I think it has to change. In the narrow view, there's an easy fix. Switch the 2 supervisors that cover Madera City with the 2 supervisors east of the county. Just switch them out. However, in the narrow view, that is not sufficient. The core problem would remain, and is found in the 50-year-old resolution in 1972, which restricted those boards to members of only the county supervisors, which effectively blocked citizens from being on those boards. And we're simply asking you to change that, please. We need and support a 0.5% sales tax and a properly designed Measure T. However, several important changes are needed to create a sustainable product. An attachment to the letter that you just received covers most of those changes. And if those changes are made, Measure T stands a far better chance of passing. Thank you very much.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items on the consent calendar that one of my colleagues would like to take a better look at, pull for further discussion, elaboration? Seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on a item that is on the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve the.
Looks like we have somebody.
Oh,
Hold on. Good morning. I'm Deborah Anglin. I'm a Madera County resident. We're here today. We're here today because I submitted a request for industrial disability retirement with CalPERS.
Which item is this? P? Okay.
According to HR, based on CalPERS definition, I do not meet the qualifications for disability retirement because I continued to work as a typical probation officer with restrictions until I retired in November of 2023. Most deputy probation officers are armed and assist with searches, assisting with public emergencies, arrest, etc. My accommodations restricted me from participating in any physical training, no use of firearm, 45-minute break after every hour of typing, no lifting, etc. Based on my permanent disability, I was unable to work in any other assignment within the department, and promotion opportunities were scarce. As such, I don't believe I was performing the typical duties of a deputy probation officer after 2013. This type of work creates a stressful work environment with constant demand for quick turnaround court reports. When situations with youthful offenders would escalate, I was directed to stay behind a locked door and not to engage to ensure I was safe and free from any involvement. I am very thankful that the county was able to work with my restrictions and make the aforementioned accommodations. Because as the sole provider of my home, I had to continue working and could not financially afford to retire. The county and I met periodically to ensure my accommodations were being adhered to, and the department was able to continue to work with my restrictions. I had to continue working, and to this day, I receive treatment from my pain management doctor that provide pain injections every 3 to 4 months and daily prescriptions for oral pain medications just to minimize the pain. In November of 2023, I retired because I could no longer tolerate the pain. Prior to my injuries, I was extremely active in my personal life with my family, employment, and within the community. Since my injuries, my daily activity amounted to working 8 to 5, then taking pain medication and lying on the couch with a heating pad and ice packs from 5 o'clock till bedtime to get up the next morning and do it all again. Based on my statement, I would respectfully request that my application for industrial disability retirement be approved. My job duties for the past 10 years have not been that of a typical probation officer. According to CalPERS, an industrial disability means you are unable to perform the usual duties of your job with your current employer because of a job-related injury or illness. Local safety and state of California safety, peace officers, firefighters, patrol, and certain state of California miscellaneous members may be eligible for industrial disability retirement if the disability is job-related. If it was not for the extreme daily pain caused by my industrial disability, I would have continued to work, but my quality of life was diminishing, and I wanted to be able to hold my grandchildren and live a reasonably pain-free life. Thank you so much for taking time to consider my request.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on a consent calendar item? Seeing and hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Chair, can we pull item P for further discussion, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I see Michelle's here, and I don't know if Michelle can provide some additional clarification.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Michelle May reporting with Human Resources on item 5P that you have. If you have any questions, certainly. But yes, as Ms. Anglin indicated, one of the requirements under the CalPERS regulations is that as a local safety member, deputy probation officer is considered safety. The governing body of Madera County must make the determination as to whether or not someone is considered disabled under the retirement law definition. And with respect to the disability, the requirement is that they have to be precluded from performing the usual and customary duties of, in this case, a deputy probation officer. And based on the department's ability, the county's ability to be able to reasonably accommodate those restrictions, we were able to allow Ms. England to perform the usual and customary duties. The requirement does not mean that they have to be able to perform all of the duties, but that they have to be able to perform the usual and customary. So based on the documentation that we have, that is the determination that is being recommended today. There is an appeal process. I do want to make sure I share that, and that's part of the board letter. She will absolutely have the right to appeal this determination if your board approves the recommended action.
All right, thank you.
I guess part of my questioning comes in, I mean, if she's obviously given other duties, and first backtracking, I think it's unfortunate that we have to have this discussion in public session and that we can't, iron these types of things out beforehand. I think it's unfortunate that she has to come here and do this. But as far as her typical duties, I mean, if she's been given other duties and she wasn't able to do those duties as she referenced, are other employees of that nature being compensated for those other duties that are outside their, I guess, typical? I mean, so I'm just.
So with respect to, and Chief Childers is here and he may be able to address the specific duties, but the assignments given to Ms. Anglin were within the parameters of the job description for the deputy probation officer. Not sure if I answered your question.
It's a Chairman, if I may, usual and customary would mean like she's not mopping floors or those types of things that aren't usual and customary, that are outside of the scope. She wasn't performing to the full scope, but the duties that she was performing was usual and customary for the position, correct?
Yes, they
That's what we're
were
getting.
deputy probation officer duties, yes.
All right, very good, thank you. Any other questions, comments regarding consent calendar items? If not, I'll accept a motion for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 6A. This is a presentation of a proclamation recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month. And we have a proclamation, and we'd love to hear from our members of the Madera NAACP Branch 1084, but I'd just like to briefly mention just some highlights from the proclamation. This year's theme is African Americans and the Arts, highlighting the visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, film, music, architecture, culinary, and other cultural expression of the Black American influence in our nation. In Madera County, we'd also like to acknowledge and observe Black History Month as an opportunity to continue to celebrate Black history locally by highlighting the contributions that have shaped and paved the way for leadership, creativity, and future in our communities. And with that, I think it'd be appropriate to hear from members of the Madera NAACP. And Tanise, I believe you are the kind of the spokesperson. And so go ahead and come on up and provide some information.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tanise Gibbons. I'm the communication chair with the NAACP. And we're really excited that the board is recognizing Black History Month, which serves as a reminder of the contributions made by African Americans in this country and in this county. The NAACP is the oldest civil rights organization in the country, and we are committed to an inclusive community rooted in liberation where all persons can exercise their civil and human rights without discrimination. Black History Month is not limited to 1 month of the year. We hope that this county will continue to support the commitment for an inclusive community free of discrimination throughout the rest of the year. With that being said, I just wanted to take this time to share some of the events that the NAACP will be hosting this month. The first one is our Curtis Collier Freedom Fund Gala taking place this Saturday, where we'll be honoring 5 local community change makers, including Supervisor Gonzalez. We are also partnering with the Madera County Library for a read-in on February 17th, where our adults and our youth will be reading together and hopefully also giving away some books focused on celebrating our heritage and fostering inclusivity. And finally, the Black Saints United and the City of Madera will be hosting their annual Black History Month celebration at McNally Park on February the 18th at 3 p.m. We hope that the community can participate in all these various celebrations. And if you want to find out more about how to support the NAACP, you can find us on Facebook or Instagram at Madera NAACP. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any members of the chapter who you'd like to introduce at this time that have joined you here today?
Yes. and we-
Because I don't recognize anybody back there.
Well, I think it's appropriate if they come up and introduce themselves, if that's okay.
Okay,
And we have
good.
a few members of our executive committee here today. So
Okay.
welcome if they introduce.
Mr. Chair, while they join us, can I make a comment, please?
Please.
I just want to say that the Madera branch chapter of the NAACP is very active. If you haven't been to one of the events, I highly recommend that you attend. They're fun and just such a delight and very well attended. I think with Stephanie Nathan, who is our Assistant Public Health Director leading the organization. They've revamped it and it's just been so great. So thank you for joining us this morning.
And I believe that the event this Saturday night starts at 5:30, right? Hi there.
I'd just like to address the board. Thank you all for having us and for the proclamation. And my name is Yvonne Neely, and I am the Vice President of the NAA, what they tell us, NAACP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Imogene Allison. I've been a member of the NAACP for a year, and I'm the treasurer.
Excellent.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Harrow, and I am the membership chairperson for the NAACP here in Madera. Thank you.
Okay, and let's go ahead and cut this. Oh, no.
You know, they say the best for last.
Oh. Usually.
To the board, my friends and colleagues. My name is Donald Hawley, past president of the NAACP for Madera, served as president for 10 years. Our award banquet is really about a man by the name of Curtis Collier, who was one of the forerunners who formed this chapter here in Madera back in the early 50s. He's gone, passed away, but we continue to go on. So to all you board members, try not to be a stranger, but I am. But
all right.
Just love to have you come out on a Saturday night and honor these colleagues that done some great things. I'm one of them. Sis Gonzalez is another. We have 3 others, so the Smith brothers. So welcome to have you all there. If you ain't got your tickets, too bad.
All right.
But thank you anyway.
I like to give Donald a hard time. He and I were colleagues on the Madera City Council, and
Yes.
we had some good days back then.
Good days.
He's not too much of a stranger. Spoke to you a couple days ago.
Couple
on the
days
phone.
ago. Yeah.
All right.
About a good friend of ours. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've got a proclamation here, so let's all gather in the front. We'll take a picture. Okay, and as sometime is the case when we have proclamations, we also like to provide public comment. And sometimes we don't remember to do that because it's kind of a non-controversial occasion, but there's still an opportunity to provide public comments. So are there any people like to comment at this time on our last item? If not, we'll move forward to 6B. This is, I'll let you go ahead and take over from here.
Auditor Controller Department, Property Tax Administration, number one, presentation regarding the property tax administration costs for 2023, 2024. Number two, set a public hearing for February 2024 at 10:30 to consider adoption of a resolution approving the property tax administration costs and fees for fiscal year 2023, 2024.
Morning, Chairman Poitras and members of the board. This is our annual exhibit showing you the property tax administration costs for the year. And on the second page, you can see it's $4,164,481. The reimbursable portion of that is $620,735, as there's a number of reimbursements not allowed by law. So we present that for your approval, but I do want to make one comment in the resolution. It talks about whereas at its regular meeting held on February 13th, but since this meeting's been moved up, probably need to change that to February 6th. But other than that, myself and Jim Boyajian are here if you have any questions.
Very good. Any questions? Any comments from the public?
Move to approve with the revision of the date.
I'll second.
The date was revised.
Okay.
Oh, the one online was February 13th. Okay, good.
Yeah, it's been revised to the 20th.
Oh, no, on the resolution, it says that this meeting is February 13th. I'm talking about on the resolution itself.
Okay, so the correction needs to be changed on the resolution from the 13th to the 20th.
On the 13th to today's.
To today's date.
Referencing today's meeting.
Because we're considering the setting the public hearing for the 20th.
Yeah.
Okay.
That date was changed as well, Chair. So there were
Okay.
on the agenda, the 20th was changed to reset the public hearing accordingly, and the resolution does need that correction
Revision.
to make sure that it flows
Motion.
correctly with the cancellation of the 13th.
Motion stands.
Okay.
We have a motion? I think we have a second. Okay, we have motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Let's move to public hearings. Item 7A.
Community and Economic Development Department, Planning Division, hearing to consider an adoption of a resolution establishing an O'Neill Area Plan Advisory Council and the boundaries for resident appointments.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jamie Dax with Community and Economic Development. I apologize. Just a technical moment for me to pull up the presentation. Thank you again. As I mentioned, Jamie Bax with Community and Economic Development. Also with me is Matt Trieber, Chief of Development Services. So before you is a proposal to establish an O'Neill's Area Plan Advisory Council. I'm going to go through some brief analysis and some maps in this presentation. So this was actually a request from some of the property owners within the area plan to establish a committee to be able to provide input. That type of input would come on entitlement applications such as rezones, general plan amendments, use permits, subdivisions, those types of permits that would go before the Planning Commission and your board. It's proposed that there would be 5 registered voters and property owners within the area plan boundaries. and they would meet with staff at least once a quarter and on an as-needed basis as proposed on the resolution. Just to be clear, this does not alter the boundaries of the area plan or the area plan itself. That would require a change via a general plan amendment, which is a public hearing process we would have to go through to make any changes to that area plan. And that's not what is before you today. So the next few slides are going to be some of the maps that we went over with Planning Commission late last year, and they made some recommendations on the maps. So before you here is the current boundaries of the O'Neill's area plan. As you can see, it goes as far south as Avenue 14. It includes the Bonadelli Ranchos, Bonadelli 9 subdivision, which is directly adjacent to new development on the 41 corridor. And it goes as far north to touch the North Fork area up in the northeast area. So the Planning Commission did recommend that we bring forward 3 proposed maps to your board to decide on the area where the council would be established, and any new applications that we receive would be forwarded to that group for review. The next option was presented to the Planning Commission, basically moves that southern boundary north to the 145 corridor. It does take out Bonadelli 9 and the Bonadelli Ranchos subdivision. And the final proposal, which is what staff is recommending, does include the same area, but it also removes the hard corners on the 41 and 145 corridor. And there is a small commercial corridor in that area on the Road 209 intersection. So it would just make sense to include that as part of the area if we see any new development. So as mentioned, the Planning Commission did recommend to the board to bring forward these 3 options. And I'm happy to go over any one of those maps if you have any detailed questions about those. And again, boundary option 3 is what staff is recommending, already includes the commercial portion at the Road 209 intersection. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any comments, questions from my colleagues? Looks like Supervisor Rogers. Okay.
I'm curious as to why that North Fork would be in there at all.
I apologize. It goes to the border of North Fork. North
Okay,
Fork actually has its own separate planning area.
Okay. Yeah, it looked like it was included in there. So that's why I asked.
I have one comment.
Yes.
Jamie, just for the public's right to know, is this a common practice to have these advisory groups for area plans?
It is pretty common. We have few that we have seen forward, not as common as you would think though. We haven't actually had one come forward in quite a while.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
just make a quick comment and just express some thanks for staff going out, meeting with residents out there and trying to settle on something that can create us a foundation to move forward from, which is, I think what we're doing here is we're setting an area for them to oversee. I think it was pretty much agreed upon by that group that this is where we wanted to land. There was some considerations to shrinking this map a little bit more, but I think residents out there were pretty clear that they wanted to see that boundary right there on 145. So I think this makes a lot of sense. I know option 3, I think there was some, I think, varying opinions on that, but I think ultimately the group did kind of settle on, we were okay with taking those corners out on 145. And I know not everybody agreed on that, but I think, it's difficult to get something that everybody's going to agree 100% on. But again, this does create, a good foundation to move forward with. So thank you guys for your work putting this together.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment since I've opened the public hearing for that to occur?
Yes, Dan Metz, Madera County. I just have a question. Who are the 5 members of this advisory council, and what level of authority do they have when they make a recommendation? Is that automatically adopted, or is it adjusted by staff?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These members would be similar to any other committee. There's an application with the clerk of the board that they would need to fill out. There are no proposed citizens at this moment.
Until we have a creation by this body of the, members, then that will open up the opportunity for residents and property owners and registered voters of this area to then put in their application. The Board of Supervisors would appoint those individuals to this committee.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
Just a clarification. I think part of the question was around what authority does the body have moving forward? And I think it's mostly an advisory or.
It would be an advisory council that would make recommendations to staff, and we would take those recommendations before the planning commission and the board. So it basically is just a level of comments that we would receive.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any comments online? Any?
No comments online.
Okay, very good. We'll close the public hearing and bring the item back for action at the board.
I'll move to approve
Second,
We have a motion.
map number 3.
number 3, yeah.
We have a motion, a second, recommending map number 3. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Wamhaugh,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers,
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Poitras.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Very good.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman. Just for a brief clarification for the board and the public. So the resolution that was in the backup included all 3 of those options. So the final resolution signed would just include option 3, map 3 for the boundaries. Thank you.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
Matt, just another quick question for clarification. So when will we be soliciting for applicants to join the committee? Is that after we've done our next public hearing?
I would imagine that we would start that as soon as we have a signed resolution.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. 6C.
6C, County Administration Department, discussion and direction to staff on committing the remaining balance of the funds appropriated by the state via Assembly Bill 179 as a backup funding to cover additional operating expenses that Advanced American Management, Inc. may incur after their operations assumption date.
Good morning, Jay Varney, County Administrative Officer. Chairman and board members, this item would be to commit the remaining money that was allocated to be passed down through the county to Madera Community Hospital, the $5 million, as it's commonly referred to the AAMI Creditors Committee MCH project of getting the hospital reopened. Once your previous allocation, which would end on March 22nd, is fully paid off. If you would like, at that time, we can give you a closer estimation of what will be left over. We believe it'll be in the area of $700,000. And that, again, that's not any of the ARPA money we've discussed before. It's not grant money. It's not general fund money. It's only the money that was allocated by the state specifically for restoring healthcare at the MCH facility. And I'm available for any questions. Joel is out of the office right now today.
Yes, Supervisor. Oh. Any comments? Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this particular item? Seeing and hearing none, I'll accept the
Move to
motion
approve.
for action.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. Item 6D.
County Administration Department, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution amending resolution number 2024-005 adopted by the board on January 16, 2024 to increase the maximum interest rate used to determine the interest component of rental payments under each lease entered in pursuant to that certain master equipment lease purchase agreement.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jessica Leon, County Administration. So the item before you is a resolution amending resolution number 2024-005 that your board adopted back on January 16th. If you recall, that resolution, we discussed the increase of the Bank of America master lease. Once that resolution was adopted, we worked with the bank and we realized that the interest rate that we were receiving at that point exceeded the not to exceed interest rate of 3.5 that we had adopted in the resolution. We were receiving an interest rate of 4.88%. We immediately went back to the bank and we made them aware of the resolution that was adopted by the board. Unfortunately, that was an oversight that we received on their end, as a resolution does come from them. We negotiated a lower interest rate. They agreed to decrease it to 4.42%. We then reached out to our financial advisors and asked them to work on ensuring that this was a competitive interest rate that we were receiving. They confirmed that this was in fact a competitive rate and was reflective of today's market. So the resolution for today would be increasing the interest component itself to a not to exceed 6% interest rate. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Any questions for Jessica? David?
Just a point of clarification, they drafted the resolution. They made a mistake. Now they want to change it.
That's correct. When we work with Bank of America, we usually receive the resolution from them with the specifics.
Right.
After we, of course, negotiate what the need is, what the county is interested in, they draft the resolution for us. We have our county council review and approve, and then we bring it to your board for approval.
That's very interesting because, when I make mistakes like that in my contracts, I have to eat it. How come they're, wanting us to negotiate and adjust? I think they should eat it.
And when we did, go back to them and make them aware of this, they did, like I said, agree to bring down that interest rate from the 4.8 to the 4.42%. When speaking to our financial advisors, they mentioned that when we did enter this not to exceed 3.5, that was reflective of the 2020 market, which we all know interest rates were much lower back then. Today's market, it's increased.
So we were generous. Just being.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
And this would be a question for county council, regarding this. Is there any ramification on their end, or is this just a simple oversight? Because I know when we were discussing this issue on January 16th, increasing the overall equipment number, I think it was 12 million at that time. And we made that decision in reference to that interest rate that was proposed as well. So is there any ramification that can happen as a result of this?
Chair, members of the board, I think they have the negotiating leverage. They made the mistake. I think this recommendation from staff is to still enter into the transaction, to summarize it. And if I'm missing something there, Jessica or Jay, ask for some assistance.
In a normal situation, I think we would have gone stronger in terms of trying to negotiate this down below 4, since it's their mistake. The issue for us at this point is, if you recall, the reason we're expanding the amount in that lease is to actually hit the purchase windows for the public safety vehicles, and also believe to make some progress payments on some fire equipment. If we don't, we get in a protracted negotiation with this, we're going to have to try to seek financing somewhere else to make those purchases. And ultimately what we figured, Joel and I figured, was the money we would spend on renegotiating with a different lender would equal out to what we'd save here. And ultimately they'll put us behind in what we're trying to accomplish on behalf of the board. So we apologize to the board that this went through this way. We had no idea until you approved it and you submitted it. And yes, I think the answer to all your questions is yes. Normally, this is something that we would take some sort of legal recourse and say, here you are, take care of it, Bank of America. But I think it'll be months before they would fix it. So that's why we had staff recontact and say, you said 3.5, 4.882 is ridiculous. Push it down to something. They came back with 4.42. So we checked with Cosmont and some other vendors, and they said, well, actually, that rate's really pretty good now. So our mistake, but we took what we thought was the appropriate action to mitigate it, but still have the county purposes for the money be moving forward.
But just to clarify, no purpose for recourse, right? No.
Look into it. Chair, if we take a break, I can look into it, but I don't want to shoot from the hip on that right now.
I want to
I
thank you for
apologize.
your explanation.
Right. Because these are just the types of things that are upsetting when you're considering those types of things. It's not about the necessity of the purchases. We all understand the necessity of the purchases. It's just when you make decisions based on assumptions that are presented to you, obviously, and now the next meeting we're having to look back on that. It is frustrating.
That's a monumental mistake, 1%. I mean, that is a monumental mistake in banking. Hard to believe that they make that kind of mistake. Anyway.
Yeah,
thank
bankers
you for
never
the
make
explanation.
mistakes.
I appreciate it.
Can't trust them. Is it possible to put this off until the end of the month and maybe go back to Bank of America and let
think
them
you'll end up
know
with-
there's some pushback from the board and see if
We can
bring
do
that
whatever
rate
the
down?
board wants, but you may not have any police vehicles in the next budget. I'll have to check to see exactly what the window is, but I know that the central garage has been holding off. That's what we're wanting to do.
It's the interest rate situation, as everybody in this room knows, it's just been a dramatic change over the last 5 years, or actually 2 years, 2 to 3 years. And yeah, I mean, it's a mistake, but as our CAO pointed out, we go out to another lender and we're not going to we might get something close to this, but it'll be an exercise in futility. I think moving forward is the best course of action.
I appreciate the comment from the banker, and I really appreciated Jay's comments too. That's a good explanation. Sometimes you can throw good money after bad, trying to chase the interest rates and never get there. So I agree with that. Thank you.
With
Yes.
that, I will move to approve.
We have a motion, and are there any comments from the public?
Dan Metz, Madera County. Just a quick question. How much money are we talking about in this difference of interest rates? Total dollars?
So the new increase was for 4,588,979. That is just what we see sort of as our credit line. That does not mean that we're going to use it all, but this credit line does have the potential for that interest rate, that new interest rate.
And if there's any other questions that would require a calculation like that, we can get back to you.
That's about $40,000 difference.
Any other questions from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring this item back for action from our board.
Did you have a second?
Yes, right. We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you. Item 6E.
County Administration Department, discussion and direction to staff to assist the Bonnerdale Mutual Water Company, a small private community well system. Number one, the county to serve as a conduit granting agency for purposes of Bonnerdale receiving emergency assistance through the Small Community Drought Relief Program from the California Department of Water Resources. Number two, county staff to provide technical guidance as it relates to receipt and expenditures of grant funds for restoring water services to customers of Bonnerdale.
Good morning again, Board. Jay Varney, CAO. This item has to do with the Bonneville Mutual Water Company, a water company that's been, I think, in existence for approximately 51 years. They're experiencing some difficulties. They've reached out to us to serve as the conduit granting agency for funds from the Department of Water Resources. Staff is also willing to provide technical guidance to the mutual water company. This is about 23 subscribers. I don't know how many true total customers. We are one of those subscribers. Fire Station 19 falls within this district. And we're just seeking direction to staff from the board regarding participating in items 1 and 2 as listed on the board letter. And I'll try to answer your questions as they come up.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yes, any comments from my colleagues?
I do, Chairman.
Yes.
I wanted to thank county staff because this Bonneville Mutual Water Company is 23 parcels, one of them being Station 19 as well. They're well failed, and due to some circumstances with the water company, they are unable to act as the recipient of the grant to drill a new well and get the necessary services up to speed. So they trying to get the county involved to act as that conduit for the grant and use some county resources to try to accomplish that. So we did have a public meeting a couple weeks ago, week or two ago, and a large turnout. Over half of the landowners were there, and had a good discussion and got everyone up to speed on what we were trying to accomplish together to get these funds as quickly as possible or to restore services, because right now there are the well is down for all 23 of those lots. I am in support of this.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that the Mutual Water Company has collected a significant amount of funding from some of its subscribers, but it is not sufficient without this grant to restore the water services.
Just a quick question. So is it the desire of the residents out there to remain a private water company, or? Okay, so there's no expectation that the county's going to run this long term?
No, and it's nowhere near any of our maintenance districts. It wouldn't be financially feasible for us to connect it. And I believe, as the supervisor mentioned, the vast majority of the subscribers came to the meeting and actually stayed after the portion of the meeting we hosted to discuss their issues. So I believe we wouldn't be involved if there wasn't certain issues going on with how things were previously done, and the state's just much more comfortable using us as a conduit if the board feels that's appropriate to pass this money along to this water.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. If there's no other comments from my colleagues, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item?
My name is John Stevens. I am the new president of the Bonneville Ranchos Mutual Water Fund, our company.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a high-paying job, I hear.
Yes, we attempted to we had some issues. Basically, it's a private water company that we have shared costs, has been since the beginning. Anytime there's a problem with the well, things that need to happen, we issue an assessment, everybody pays, we get it fixed. This year, 65% of the people refused to pay the assessment. I reached out and was able to get a grant. And then I found out we have some tax issues we need to work through. So that's where we asked the county to step in if they could to receive that grant money to get the well back in. We are not looking for you guys to take it over. After the meeting we did have, we actually had a board vote. We are assessing everybody with the penalty of liens on their property, because we were also informed that we have a substantial amount of compliance work to get up to today's standards for that well. So we are requiring it. We're pulling in another 150,000, trying to deal with the new compliance orders as well, with the threat of liens on properties if they haven't paid.
Okay. Thank you for all your work.
Any questions or?
All right, thank you. Any other comments from the public? Hearing and seeing none, we'll bring this item back to the board for action.
I'll move to approve this item.
Second it.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Poitras.
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
thank you. Item 6F.
Human Resources Department, Behavioral Health Services Department, opioid settlement funds spending plan. Number one, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution approving the opioid settlement funds spending plan fiscal years 2023, 2025. Number two, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2023, 2024 schedule of allocations positions within the Behavioral Health Services Department as follows. Add one full-time employee administrative analyst 1-2, add one full-time employee certified alcohol and drug counselor, add one health education coordinator.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Roman Noriega, Human Resources. Behavioral Health Services is seeking the board's approval of a resolution accepting the spending plan for the opioid settlement fund. With that spending plan, BHS is requesting the addition of the positions that were just mentioned, one FTE administrative analyst, 1 or 2, one FTE certified alcohol and drug counselor, and one health education coordinator. I have Connie Moreno Peraza, our BHS director, here to answer any operational questions.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues regarding this item? Seeing and hearing none, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? With nobody speaking up, we'll bring the item back for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
thank you. Item 6G.
Human Resources Department, Sheriff Coroner's Office, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution amending the fiscal year 2023, 2024 schedule of allocated positions within the Sheriff's Coroners for the Keeping It Real program funded by the Opioid Settlement Fund by adding one full-time employee, Deputy Sheriff's 1-2 classification.
Good morning again, Roman Noriega, Human Resources. This item also relates to the opioid settlement fund spending plan. The Madera County Sheriff's Office is in a great position to offer Keeping It Real, which stands for Refuse, Explain, Avoid, and Leave, formerly the DARE program, to exemplify educational activities designed to prevent our youth from becoming addicted to narcotics. This educational and preventative effort could be accomplished by funding one deputy sheriff, 1 or 2 position, and I have our sheriff here to answer any operational questions.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Is the sheriff going to be the one who is keeping it real, or is he going to be delegating that task to one of his deputies?
There you go. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
thank you. Moving to item 8A. No, go ahead.
Board of Supervisors Department, consideration and authorization to ratify a letter of support of AB 1803 to seek restitution for victims of human trafficking.
Thank you, Jay Varney, your CAO. This is requesting ratification of a letter previously signed by the chairman, sent to Assembly Chair Jim Wood regarding restitution, and a bill that has to do with restitution for human trafficking victims. It is AB 1803, and I believe you have a copy of the letter there in your board packet.
Very good, thank you. Are there any questions or comments, clarifications needed from my colleagues? I'll open it up to public. Any comment? I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor McCauley?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll go to supervisor and staff reports, and I'll start to my far right.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Supervisor Gonzalez.
Just a reminder, if you are wanting to attend the NAACP event this weekend, let me know and I can get you some tickets.
Very good. Supervisor McCauley.
Yeah, I just wanted to report about 2 weeks ago, we had a great community meeting with folks over in the mountain area on John West Road, as well as some of the other residential neighborhoods out there to discuss a new emergency evacuation route that the county's put some concept work together for. So a lot of the people are excited. Some folks were a little concerned about additional traffic, but I think we're going to be able to work with those folks on easing their concerns for the most part. So thanks to staff for coming out and meeting with residents out there, and looking forward to continuing that process.
Very good. Supervisor Rogers.
Proud and thrilled to have opened Station 3 at the intersection of 26 and near 21. And it'll serve approximately 20,000 people out in that area. The Madera Lakes Country Club, Islands, Acres, all of those people have redundant coverage now, which is remarkable. And it's a great thing to have that opened up. Again, our thanks to our private partner, Jim Maxwell and AgriLand. We appreciate the contribution they've made, and all the staff appreciate that. Jay, thank you. And glad to get that accomplished. That was a major thing on the list that we needed to get done, and I'm glad we finished it.
Those pistachio trees are going to be a lot safer now.
Yes.
Very good.
They sure will.
All right. CEO Varney, any comments?
I did just want to bring to the board's attention that currently there's an issue with the funding for VOCA. VOCA is Victims of Crime Act. It's what funds a lot of your crisis intervention, a lot of things related to probation and DA, depending on what county you are in. For us, it's a lot to do with a small portion of the DA's office, and then CAP-MC, and then our vendors that we use for services that Madera County isn't large enough to support, so we use vendors from Fresno. So each year, as sentencing occurs, there's supposed to be a certain amount of money collected and then put in a fund and then distributed nationwide. More and more folks have not been getting sentenced in a fashion where any money goes into that. So they're actually looking at a fairly substantial cut this year, almost $700 million nationwide, which would have a very negative effect on the Central Valley. So a group of the counties, which mirrors a portion of the San Joaquin Valley Regional Association of California Counties, had a Zoom meeting yesterday with some of our providers. I also wanted to bring to your attention that the state is actually trying to step in and help fix this. The Assembly Bill number is Assembly Bill 1956. As it's currently written, it would kick into place with state money should the feds cut the budget by 10%. If I get an opportunity, I'm going to recommend to them that they need to add some additional wording, because if the feds cut it by 9% every year, we're going to end up with no money for all these services. And these are the services that are directly one-on-one to your victims. These aren't feel-good things, right? These are necessary services for folks to recover. And I guess if you want to see what happens when no one has services, you can watch the movie Chowchilla on HBO Max. I watched it this weekend, and it's very interesting, extremely well done. You might recognize a couple names in the special thanks in there, and I really enjoyed watching it. I learned some things about the school bus kidnapping I didn't know, but there's a significant portion of it where they talk about the fact that in that era, no one knew what to do with kids who'd been traumatized. And this is very similar. This is a lot to do with adults, victims as well, but same concept. So something we need to support, I believe, in the long run. And I will keep an eye on this, because this bill is very fresh and not even fully authored yet, I don't believe. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. County Council.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'll be absent from your February 20th board meeting, and the plan is for Scott Cross to attend.
Okay.
No other updates. Thank you.
Very good. Clerk of the board.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Nothing to report. Very good. Well, with that, thank you, everybody, and we will move back into closed session.
We're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We are taking a short break from closed session, and there is a matter that's where it's deemed necessary to make an addition to the agenda.
Yes, Chairman, members of the board, there is a threat to public services or facilities that has occurred after the agenda was posted, and there's a request from your sheriff to consult with him, Sheriff Jay Varney. Since this matter came up after the agenda was posted.
Tyson Pogue.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yes, Sheriff Pogue, under Government Code Section 54957, threat to public services or facilities, consideration of tactical response plan, consultation with Sheriff Tyson Pogue would be the addition to the agenda.
I move that we take up this item and find the need rose after the posting of the agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wamhaugh?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez? Supervisor McCauley? Absent. Chairman Poitras?
Yes,
Vote passes 4-0.
thank you. We will now recess back into closed session. Thank you. Everybody, I appreciate your patience, all two of you. And council, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Chair, there's no reportable action. However, I would like to mention for the record that Supervisor Wamhoff left the meeting at about 2:20 PM and that the public service emergency subsequent need item was both Sheriff Tyson Pogue and Lieutenant Robert Blem. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, everybody have a great rest of the day. We're adjourned.